Now I started.
Chad, I'm sorry. I tried to stop him.
He did try to stop me. He did indeed, but it didn't work out too well. It did not work out that well. Not at all.
Thank you for notifying me.
Okay. Kenneth, welcome. This guy, welcome. Jenly, welcome. Mase, welcome. Jeremiah, welcome. Ah, nah. The fights are already starting. I'm ready to start fights today on purpose. How's everyone doing today? You shall forever use Omega Flowey? Well then you shall forever be wrong! Show me the source! Show me the source that says Omega Flowey.
Oh god, here we go. People are throwing hands already.
Let me get the music started.
Also, I'm echoing.
I don't know why you echo.
I don't know why either.
It's not better though. It really isn't. It's actually logically a bad name. You guys know what the term Omega means, right? It means final. That's not his final form. So logically, it doesn't even make sense. It's just stupid. Told you, I'm ready to fight.
I can't believe people would prepare for this.
Starting fights today on purpose. Don't think I won't. Omega is a Sonic character. Yes, and Omega is the final of the E-Series. There was never another E-Series robot created after Omega because he was the last.
This is true.
Yeah, actually, even in Smash Brothers, you know why they're called Omega forms? Because they're based off of Final Destination. Omega
true.
means last.
That's also true. I don't think y'all are winning this one, chat.
See, if you were at least gonna come up with a fan name for the character, I would have even taken like Sigma Flowey or something like that, because Sigma sounds like stigma, and what is Flowey? A plant. That at least would have been interesting, but no, you guys had to go for the dumb name, the dumb edgy Tumblr name. And again, that's not the real name. It doesn't really matter what in the end, because in the credits, it's called Photoshop Flowey. Spend the entire stream just fighting for no reason.
Oh, Christ.
It's like, why does he care so much?
The better question is, why is the chat fighting you on this? They should know better.
The real question is, do they realize them fighting me will just give me engagement? I win no matter what. Omega Flowey sounds better? It literally doesn't. I just explained why it doesn't sound better. It doesn't make sense as a name. Like,
I don't know what to expect in the direct tomorrow. I just want to be surprised, I guess.
In terms of the direct, realistic expectations, probably more Pikmin 4 information.
Well, they said that in the tweet, so.
Yeah. Oh, what else was said in the tweet?
Huh?
What else was said in the tweet?
Let me go back.
We can probably also expect more information regarding the Splatoon 3 DLC.
Tune in on June 21st at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for a Nintendo Direct live stream featuring roughly 40 minutes of information focused mainly on Nintendo Switch titles launching this year, including new details on Pikmin 4.
Okay. Plausible things that we could see, maybe some new information, maybe some possible information regarding Tears of the Kingdom DLC.
That's a possibility.
Probably a new Kirby game, because I feel like every single Direct has something Kirby related in it.
Yeah, they'll probably drop where was it? I just saw it.
Now then, what are the Copium Clown predictions? Metroid Prime 4?
Oh, right. I think we can expect to see the next wave of DLC for Mario Kart.
Yeah, I think we talk about that a little bit, yeah.
If I can get realistic for just a second, I kinda hope they announce the GameCube service for Switch.
That's a Copium Clown prediction.
How is it Copium? Kid Icarus Uprising on Switch is a clown prediction.
That's a Copium Clown prediction, yeah.
Silk Song isn't real.
Didn't they just talk about Silk Song in the last Indie Direct?
Did they?
I think so. Like, they talked about how it's still in development. Kid Icarus sequel? That's a Copium Clown prediction.
Way too soon for GameCube. We just got Game Boy. I mean,
I don't see why it's too soon.
Yeah, it's definitely not too soon. And even if it was, it still doesn't change the fact that I strongly feel like it's gonna happen.
Luigi's Mansion 4. A new Shantae game? Has been a bit since we've gotten a Shantae game.
Oh, hold on, I got a Copium Clown prediction.
What's that?
Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe update with online.
Yeah, that's some you're gonna overdose on that Copium there, pal.
I know.
Punch Out Wii port? That would be cool. Unfortunately, I don't see Punch Out Wii happening for a while, if only because of the kind of the backlash lawsuit that happened with that game.
Kirby Air Ride for Switch. See, this is why I said just drop the GameCube service for Switch. I doubt they'd go out of their way to actually just remake Kirby Air Ride from the ground up. Otherwise, they probably would have by now. So I feel like it'd be better for them to just say, hey, here's the GameCube service with like online infrastructure. Go nuts. Actually, that's another possibility that could have a legit possibility.
What's that?
Like, since they just dropped Tears of the Kingdom, they could go ahead and release Wind Waker and Twilight Princess for Switch.
Yeah. What about Punch Out? So you recall in Punch Out Wii how each character had like their own little had like a bunch of animations and such. Piston Honda. There's an animation during during the title defense during his title defense fight where you see him reading a book. you can't actually see the contents of the book, but if you were to, hack the game and move the camera to look at it, there's actually pages from the Sailor Moon manga in there. And when Nintendo found out that the people that made the game, snuck that in, they actually went to the Sailor Moon people and they paid them up front to make, just in case. Because last thing they wanted was like, so it wasn't really a lawsuit. Nintendo just settled it ahead of time because they were afraid that if they decided to sue, that it'd be way worse. So Nintendo just paid that settlement ahead of time. But that's a big reason why we haven't seen Punch-Out Wii for a while. All because of Sailor Moon. What's going on, Elijah? What do you want me to answer? For a new Mario game, do you think the title would be New Super Mario Bros. Switch? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Okay, another Copium Clown prediction, but I strongly feel absolutely needs to happen.
What's that?
Fortune Street on Switch.
That's some copium.
Like I said.
Then again, if you told me that Dokapon was going to get a port, I would never have believed you. So really, anything's possible.
Yeah, anything is possible. See, the thing about Dokapon though was that was shadow dropped. Like they had zero build up for that.
Can I do the Flowey laugh? No, I cannot. Because I don't think I can.
Pizza Tower on Switch.
Probably. That game's doing very well. So I could see that happening. It did kind of drop off, I noticed, though. I'm not seeing as many people talk about it anymore.
I'm still seeing some stuff on Pizza Tower here and there.
Cannot get this parallel line the way I want it.
A new Sin and Punishment game for Switch. That would be interesting. Yeah, I brought that up already, Silver. I'm like, they need to just give us Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD for Switch. Like, fine, go make the Wii U obsolete finally, like y'all been wanting to do. At that point, all we'll need is Xenoblade X.
At this point, the Wii is really only good to play Wii games on HD. And even then, most people would still probably just emulate them.
Mario Kart Deluxe has an item switch, what 2 new items would be added? Like Ice Flower or Mini Mushroom? Actually, yeah, that's something to consider. They could probably do something like... I could see them, like, in terms of like quality of life updates, just bring in some items that were exclusive in Tour.
I've been playing Fractured But Whole. It's a good game. You should play it. Nope. It is South Park. I refuse to touch anything South Park. South Park to me is just atrocious.
Yeah, I'm not too big on South Park myself. Would a new Rhythm Heaven game be a copium prediction? Maybe not copium, but likely. Maybe not copium, but it would be unlikely. New Paper Mario? Oh God, no. Just give us the GameCube service. 1,000 Year Door is all we need. Now, that being said, I do think Origami King is a really good Paper Mario game.
Can't say for sure because I still haven't played it.
I still need to finish it, but from what I played, I think it's really good.
Super Paper Mario is better. Definitely debatable.
Yeah, that's subjective.
I do think Super Paper Mario has the better story. I do think they're both great stories. I do think that Super Paper Mario is slightly stronger. I prefer 1,000 Year Door's gameplay, though.
Super Paper Mario is not even an RPG.
That's partially the reason why I prefer 1,000 Year Door, because I just am more of an RPG buff. People are complaining about Super Amy. Why were they trying to hype that up to be? Because I saw that it's like a slightly brighter pink Amy. Who cares? Like, why were people hyping themselves up for that? It's like the Dunsparce. People want it to be the coolest thing ever, but forget the original premise of the character beforehand.
You think the Dunsparce is super cool, though?
I like it. But people are sitting here wanting it to be like this big, like, epic dragon monster when that's not really what it is. Oops. Super Paper Mario at least has a stronger plot than Sticker Star. That's not saying much.
That's really not saying much.
It's like most games have a stronger plot than Sticker Star.
Yeah, like that's. I don't know what bar you were kind of. I don't know what bar you were trying to set with that one, but that is a huge gap.
I'm actually gonna add the souls last, because in this image, in case anyone can't quite see it, I have Flowey holding the 6 souls within his roots, kind of for the effect. I think I'm gonna add the souls last so I can give them some proper effects. Have I heard of the Deltarune chest theory? Maybe. I might have just forgot about it.
Now I need to see if I can find a copy of Sticker Star just because. That seems like a fun future project.
What Paper Mario game would be the go-to? I've made it quite abundant that I love 1,000 Year Door. That's my favorite out of all of them. Of the ones that I've at least played, I've only played the first 4 games. So 64 I think is very solid. Yeah, 1,000 Year Door I think is goated. Super Paper Mario is goated. Sticker Star is you could just skip entirely.
Color Splash is okay, and I think Origami King slightly beats that.
Like, I haven't played either, so I still have no opinion on them.
Do we count Paper Jam?
No, that's a Mario Luigi game.
Hey, I like Sticker Star, and that's fine if you like Sticker Star. Like, the only thing you can't like Sticker Star.
I will just judge you. I don't normally judge. I don't normally judge out loud. If you like Sticker Star, I will judge you out loud. Sad thing is, Brandon can't even tell if I'm joking or not. Is it weird that I simp for Dementio? You wouldn't be the first.
Do you know how many people simp for characters like Bowser? There was a TV show based on Undertale. What age rating should it be?
It'd probably be at least PG-13. Unless they removed a lot of the more horrific imagery and swearing.
There's swearing in Undertale?
Yeah.
Oh, that must have been a bit since I saw any.
It's very rare, but like, yeah, it happens. Where did people get Omega for Photoshop Flowey? Honestly, I can't tell you where it came from for sure. I have no clue. Like it was probably just one guy who didn't realize the name was Photoshop Flowey, started calling it Omega Flowey as a fan name, and that caught on.
Dark Meta Knight, for what it's worth, I get people looking at me side-eyed for saying I like Mega Man X6.
See, I'd side-eye you if it was 7. 6, I think. 6, I know, is a much more mixed opinion game.
See, I just think X7 is okay.
Burn to the ground?
Exactly. I don't outright hate it like everyone else seems to do, but I will acknowledge that X7 is not the best. I just think it's okay.
Omega Flowey does not sound cool, or it makes no logical sense. I will repeat this as often as like I said, I will start fights today on purpose. Don't think I won't. It makes... Please, someone explain to me how it makes sense. How does the name make sense? Please, someone explain.
Don't ask people to do that.
No, I'm asking them. I want to see them squirm. And saying it just sounds cool is not an argument. That's not going to be enough to convince me.
But that's all everyone's been saying.
Well, because they have no argument.
That's why I said don't ask them.
I want to see them squirm. Omega is a step up from Mega. They're not even in the same category.
See, I told you this would happen.
It's accurate to the as the final boss of the neutral route, but that's not his final form. He's incomplete. Literally, the whole point of that fight is that he's trying to steal the final soul from you. He only has 6. He's not complete.
That's true.
The whole point of that fight is him trying to steal your soul. So no, it's not Omega.
Since Nintendo Switch Online has NES, SNES, N64, Game Boy Original, Color, and Advance, and Sega Genesis, what console should be next? I said this earlier, but I really think GameCube is next. Because they've been releasing these console services like in their traditional order, with Genesis being the exception. But actually, I think even when they released Genesis, it was in order with like the consoles that were released within the ones that were already out. So I honest to God think GameCube is next. Whether or not we'll see that revealed tomorrow is yet to be seen, but I honest to God think that GameCube is next.
Oh, man, Photoshop Flowey still sounds weird. It's supposed to. This is a game that's literally designed to be weird. Everything in this game, especially up to that point, is weird. It's not supposed to be cool, it's supposed to be weird. Also, even the argument saying that it's the final boss of the neutral route is also kind of, you know, incorrect, because it's also used as a boss in the true pacifist route. You have to fight Photoshop Flowey before you can finish the true pacifist route.
Also true.
So therefore, it's not even truly a final boss. It's a boss you have to fight to get to a different route. So the concept of Omega just doesn't work for it whatsoever. Haven't I already made a thumbnail for Flowey? No? Like, if you're referring to like the original thumbnail where I did draw that Flowey, because that was this guy right here. Hi. But no, like in terms of like the brand new thumbnail, I haven't done that for Flower yet.
No, BJ, it's Howdy.
It's only the final boss if you choose to play the neutral route and nothing else. That's like saying the whole point of Undertale is to be able to, you know, is to play it multiple times. The game actively encourages you to do that. Sure, technically it's the final boss if you choose to just stop the game right there, but like at that point it's like, by that logic, the Guard Scorpion from Final Fantasy could also be the final boss if you choose to beat it and then stop there.
That's true. I think GameCube is the last one they do. DS wouldn't work without it being incredibly frustrating. Ditto for 3DS, and Wii games are too big. So here's the thing, Radvarius. They've already and are in the process of remaking and like just making the DS format of games work on Switch already. Like, we have the Phoenix Wright games, we have the Mega Man ZX games and the ZX and Zero collection of Mega Man. We have Ghost Trick coming out soon. And so any game that was like exclusively 3DS that did make a hefty use of like touchscreen gimmicks are already on Switch. Yeah, The World Ends With You, that's another good one. Heck, the Joy-Con might as well be the stylus in some situations. Not to mention, and I think this is not to mention, and if I may, I think this is one of the coolest things that they've done with the Game Boy service so far. How they implement modern control schemes for some of their games. Because I learned through Kirby Tilt and Tumble when they added that recently, that was a game that somehow utilized gyro controls way back when.
Yeah.
I don't know how it did it, unless there was something in the cartridge that allowed for that.
It was the cartridge. Like, it had a if you look at Tilt and Tumble cartridges, like they're like these big bulky things.
Okay. Yeah, and they implemented that for the Switch when they added it to the Switch, that you can use your Pro Controller, or I guess Joy-Cons in this case, as the gyro feature that Tilt and Tumble had. And I thought to myself, that's actually cool that they're actually implementing these gimmicks for like their much older games into modern style controls in this day and age.
Hold on.
I don't think.
Hold on, Ryan. I think it's Omega since God of Hyper Death is a tier above Omega. What? What kind of logic is that? I didn't realize in the Greek alphabet the final letter was God of Hyper Death. That's a new one to me.
Wait, back that up. Like, what are you saying to us?
Like, you folks gotta remember the original definition of the word Omega. It's the final letter of the Greek alphabet. What letter is there after Z?
God of Hyperdead. That is some edgelord nonsense.
Well, that was the official name of Asriel, like the form that Asriel took.
Well, yeah, but still.
And the funniest part is, honestly, it's supposed to sound stupid because that's the point. He's literally a child. He's immature. Like, he wanted this. He gave himself the coolest, edgiest sounding name because he thought it sounded cool because he's a child. It's supposed to sound immature. That's the point.
Is Photoshop Flowey like the actual term in the credits?
Yes.
If so, then
that's officially what it's called in the credits.
Okay, so what are y'all on about?
It's not a phase, Kara. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of the deal, honestly. Flowey kind of is a Chunibyo. Let's be real here. He's a Chunibyo with a bit of a god complex. That's the point. Am I gonna draw Asriel? No, I'm just gonna draw Flowey.
Tarot card uses Omega? I feel like you're lying.
The tarot cards are based off of what are they called? The Arcana. There's no. I don't think there's an Omega Arcana.
There isn't.
No, Omega only comes from. Omega strictly comes from the Greek alphabet.
Yeah.
Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, sigma, all them.
Epsilon,
And it ends with omega.
Zeta. Phi. Trying to remember them all. I think Kappa is one.
We're almost at bread. Yep. Actually, here I can show you guys the bread sketch that I have. There you go. There's the bread sketch.
I literally thought it was just gonna be a slice of bread, and that's it.
Fun fact: Omega has meaning in early Christianity. Yeah, as the end. It's supposed as the end. Ever heard the term "I am the Alpha and the Omega"? When people say that, they're saying I'm the beginning and the end. That's what that's referring to.
Yeah, that's literally what it means.
Like generally, people that say that kind of thing are are those with God complexes. Who do I feel is the most well-designed Smash fighter? There's a lot of them. Don't think I can pick just one. Majority of the characters in Smash are pretty well designed. Omega doesn't feel like a word anymore. No, it's still a word. Just a lot of people just seem to have forgotten the original meaning of the word.
Therapy update. Pokemon Unite has been confirmed to add Inteleon as a playable Pokemon on July 4th.
Yep. Independence Day. We're getting the spy.
Oh, okay. I got another Copium Clown prediction for the.
What's that?
God, I'm so appalled this has not happened yet, and I doubt it's ever going to at this point. But why don't we have Final Fantasy Tactics on Switch?
My Copium Clown prediction is Final Fantasy IX Remake on the Switch. That's some Copium. It's not a word, it's a letter. Fair point. Actually, fair point.
You know what else is a letter and a word at the same time? I. A.
He's not incorrect, but when do you see people using the word omega in normal everyday conversation? Omega, love you.
Storyboard designers.
But no, Junior, that's actually a fair point. Technically, omega isn't a word; it's a letter. You're right about that.
You know that's not what I said, Maniac.
Where did that stereotype even come from? The like saying "eh" for a Canadian saying "eh." Like, where did that come from?
I don't know. Like some joke about Canadians always ending their sentences with "a."
Like, I have no clue where that actually came from.
E123 Omega is a Chad though.
E123 Omega is just funny. Like, I never found Omega, like, actually cool. He's just funny. Well, that's a load off my back. After Rouge and Shadow die.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was one of the lines in Sonic Heroes that would always make me laugh every time I heard it.
Worthless consumer models.
and it still does today. Like, well, that's a load off
Like,
my back.
and you know what? They embrace that in the comics. Urge to maim, rising. That's why I hated Omega in 06, because he had like no good lines in that game. Like, Omega's just funny. Like, they take like the murder hungry robot who's just hell bent on revenge, and you just give him a bunch of funny lines. Like, I never found Omega cool, but I like him because he's funny.
Well, that's a load off my back. I can't say that line without laughing. I just can't.
Because it was good. Like, it was legitimately funny.
It's a load off my back.
Okay, I'm just saying this right now. I'm gonna get this out of the way. If there's ever a day where I do make an Omega moveset, I'm adding a little blurb where it's like, in team battles, if Omega's teammate is out of stocks, he'll say, "Wow, that's a lot on buyback."
That should be a secret taunt that can only like be used like right in the frames of of a teammate dying. Oh god. When are we getting Palutena's guidance for every character you made a moveset for?
Why do you think I have the potential to write that kind of dialogue?
Besides, we've already got someone doing something like that.
Well, there was a guy that did it for the DLC characters. He said, but this guy's specifically talking about like, the what if characters.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that concept already exists. Like, dang. I got tilted about Final Fantasy Tactics because I saw a tweet regarding it like earlier, and I'm like, why don't we have Final Fantasy Tactics on Switch, but instead we got like Tactics Ogre Reborn or whatever? And I'm like, okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know in 06 that in 06 Omega said something about having magazines to read while having the Chaos Emerald to give to Shadow in the future. I remember that line, and that could be funny. Problem was, it was very just badly delivered. Like, the voice acting in that game wasn't great, so it's like, unfortunately, like, it just didn't. It just came off as more just than really funny.
I saw someone mention Metroid Prime 2 Remastered as a Copium Clown prediction, and I'm just sitting here like, okay, they've already remastered one. You know they're going to give us the other two before they finally talk about Metroid Prime 4.
They're going to announce Metroid Prime 5 before they give us Metroid Prime 4.
It's like, this is their apology. They're going to give us all the other Metroid Prime games on Switch, fully remastered, before they can finally give us Metroid Prime 4. The Metroid Prime Remastered 1 was just the start. We're gonna somehow give us Metroid Prime Hunters before Metroid Prime 4.
Okay, I have to ask now. I guess because like Susie brought up how they just hate the name Photoshop Flowey so much. Like, are there other characters in general that have names that people hate so much that they just choose to call them something else? Because now I'm legitimately curious.
Metroid Other M before Prime 4. Oh god, you're right.
That will certainly be a day.
Guess you could say they're priming us for Prime 4. Okay, someone take away his wrench. Okay, someone take away his wrench.
Explain Omega Ridley? There was an Omega Ridley? Well, here's my question. Was that the final form of Ridley?
Wait a minute.
Like, did we ever get any other forms after that? Like, from a chronological, like, storytelling standpoint.
Actually, I don't think we've seen Ridley again after like Prime 3. So maybe.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Let's figure this out. We'll learn together.
Hold on. Let me. If I type this up and it says that Ridley's last appearance was Prime 3, then yes, saying Omega Ridley actually makes sense there.
Because chronologically, when does Prime take place? I know Metroid. I know Other M is like an early one. Where does Prime take place, like chronologically in the story?
Okay, so I'm seeing here that Ridley's most recent appearance was Metroid: Samus Returns, but that's also just a game based off of Prime.
Yeah,
not Prime. That Metroid 2.
Yeah, that was a remake of 2.
Yeah, so that one's not. Yeah, okay, so yeah, the question is, where does Prime 3 fall in the timeline?
Like, is there chronologically any game that happens after Prime 3 that Ridley shows up in?
Because I remember hearing that Prime 1 takes place between the first Metroid and Metroid 2, I think.
The Prime trilogy was between Zero Mission and Samus Returns? Really? It takes place between Metroid 1 and Super. Okay, so if that's the case, then I can think of one or two things of what... Let me look at one little thing real quick, though. So wait, how did Ridley come back? How did Ridley come back in Super, then? Was it just clone? Because one of two things is happening here. Either the person that named Omega Ridley also did not know what the word Omega means, or because it says here that Omega Ridley was Meta Ridley when fused with Phazon. So was that Ridley the original Ridley, and then like the Ridley that shows up after that was like a clone? Because then that would make a monochrome of sense, because that would mean that Omega Ridley was the final form that the original Ridley took before finally biting it.
Well, Mecha Ridley is Meta Ridley.
Like, I'm not that familiar with Metroid history, so I can't really give like a definitive reason for any of this unless I did more research. Yeah, but that's just what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like to me. Then that Omega Ridley was like the final form that the original Ridley took before dying, and then every Ridley we meet after that is a clone, I guess. Like, that's not out of the norm. We've seen cloning happen in Metroid. At least I believe we have. Guess I'm just mistaken.
Dark Samus is an example of cloning. I mean, so is SR. Oh god, what was the name? No, SAX. That's what I'm thinking of. Let this serve as a reminder. The X parasites are a problem.
And Samus probably thinks they taste like jelly.
Zero Suit Samus in Smash Bros. Is secretly SAX. Well, that would be impossible.
That would be funny.
See, I actually played Metroid Fusion, and like from what I know, the SAX only took on the Samus's form while she was in the power suit because that's what they were absorbing while she was unconscious.
Which means Power Suit Samus is secretly the SAX.
Like if we any instance we saw the SAX, it was only before any instance we saw the SAX before it took on its final form in Fusion was only ever in Samus's power suit. Like if you play Dread, you'll come to realize that Samus is just like
it's kind of a literal like cocktail of different DNA.
Yeah.
Like they literally just took a bunch of DNA, threw it in a power suit, and shook. like that's what Samus is.
She's part Chozo. She's part human. She's part Chozo. She's part X parasite. Yeah, she's part Metroid.
Wouldn't be surprised if there's a goat in there somewhere. After all, we just found out that Zelda's apparently part goat.
Now, see, I only know so much lore with Metroid because I've only beaten. Dread was the first Metroid game I've ever like actually played and beaten, and then I beat Metroid, and then I went and beat Metroid Fusion. And I'm currently playing Metroid Prime Remastered, so I have like extensive knowledge on 2.5 games, we'll say.
Zelda's part what? Oh, you think I'm joking? I'm not joking.
Wait, what did you say?
Zelda's part goat.
Wait, that sounds like a spoiler.
It's kind of one, but not really. You find it out pretty early on.
I'm never gonna get to play Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, dang! I just realized something too.
What's that?
My birthday's in 2 days.
That it is. Chat, what's everyone getting Brandon for his birthday?
Nothing. I already know how this works. And I can't believe the direct is 1 day before my birthday.
Your birthday was yesterday? Well, happy late birthday. Actually, that's right. Yeah, the direct is 1 day. Brandon, make a birthday wish. Maybe it'll come true.
I'll get back to you on that.
Does that mean that the Zelda sips are actually furries now? Yes. That's exactly what that means.
Oh, brother. I mean, I guess that's an option.
What's an option?
No, I was reading what Maniac said.
Favorite official crossover? Smash Bros. It was officially made by Nintendo, so it's officially a crossover.
Would you call Mario Hoops 3-on-3 a crossover?
Yeah.
Is that might have to be it. I guess Mario Sports Mix 2, technically.
Zelda's Asgore's cousin? Yes.
Oh God, a Mario Hoops, a new Mario Hoops game for Switch. Come on.
Good question. Do you think Jack the Ripper could kill Hercules? By throwing Big Ben at him? That is a weird question. I don't know.
Do you really want another Mario Sports game with how they've been going? Okay, for what it's worth, Battle League is a pretty fun game. And at this point, I just want another Hoops game to exist. How it turns out is irrelevant.
Well, no, I'd say that's pretty relevant. Because if it turns out bad, then they may not ever want to make another one.
I know.
Then like 20 years in the future, you're gonna be like, "Where's the next Mario Hoops game? The last one did terribly. Why do you want that?" I just wanted to exist. Old man Brandon.
I'm good. I'm old enough already. Like, let's be real.
I'd say old man Brandon, but in 20 years you'd be like in your 50s, so it's actually not that old.
Yeah, that's not that old. Have you heard of the Mario RPG remake rumors? I have not.
I have not either.
Switch Sports? Switch Sports is one of the greatest games on Switch. Like I'm not even joking. Like I unironically love Switch sports so much.
Have we not had a Sega Smash Bros. Yet? I don't know how well that would sell.
Okay, but we got golf, and it's one of the most fun sports on the list. So even when we didn't have golf, I was having fun with a lot of the other sports that were already on the game, especially volleyball. Like, again, unironically, I literally, like, Switch Sports is so good. It's honestly up there as one of my favorite Switch games of all time.
If Omega doesn't make sense, why is the last song that plays during that boss fight called Finale? Because it's the final phase. There you go. It's the final phase of that boss fight.
Okay, which is better, Wii Sports Resort or Switch Sports? There is a correct answer. I mean, that's a subjective question. I played Wii Sports Resort, and I still really enjoy Switch Sports.
It's like, objectively, that is subjective.
You're right.
Just melt everyone's brains.
How do you delay golf? It's golf. It's not that serious, Maniac. Sorry. Nintendo still hasn't given us a release window for Kirby the Amazing Mirror for the GBA service on like Switch, but I'm not throwing hands over it.
They're probably trying to finalize how well the online's going to be able to work.
Like, literally the same way every other game on there does. Wii Sports Resort is a masterpiece, and that's fine if you think that. Like, I never got to play everything that Wii Sports Resort had to offer, but from what I did play, I thought it was good. Again, I just really love Switch Sports. The issue with Switch Sports is its pathetic lacking content, especially when Wii Sports Resort exists. Again, it's not that serious. Whatever. I'm trying to fight against subjective statements.
No. This is the stream where we start fights on purpose. It's fine.
You start fights on purpose. I'm here to mediate.
Listen, it's a free-for-all. Sly Cooper on the Switch. Good luck with that one. First off, that means that Sly Cooper has to come back from the dead.
if they can bring back Chocobo GP, or if they can bring back Chocobo Racing, then anything is on the table.
Well, they is Square Enix. Square Enix does not work on Sly Cooper.
I know. I'm just saying, like, things that we didn't think were possible end up being possible, no matter what company it is.
Well, when it comes to video games, anything's generally possible. The issue is whether or not it'll actually happen.
Yeah. Can we agree that it was a downgrade when Switch Sports removed the Mii's? Okay, one, no, and two, the Mii's didn't go anywhere. Like, people think the sports mates are just such. People think the sports mates are like the worst thing in existence when they're really not. And even if you don't like the sports mates, you can still use your Mii's. So what's the problem?
New Metal Gear Solid Switch collection? That'd be neat.
That would be neat, because we only had that on PlayStation 3, if I recall. It's funny because they're giving us like a remake of Snake Eater, so. Actually, we don't even know if it's a remake. We just know that it's Snake Eater in some fashion. Skullgirls on Switch is a pain in my bottom to play right. I mean, any fighting game can be a pain to play right. Unless you practice. Anyone want to see Splinter Cell? I've never played a Splinter Cell game a day in my life. I would like to see what they do with the potential House of the Dead 2 remake. I play Skullgirls for the plot. The crazy thing is, that's not wrong. Like, Skullgirls actually does have plot.
The question is anyone paying attention to the plot?
Guess it depends on who you're asking. As someone who hasn't played a Fire Emblem game, should I pick up Fire Emblem Warriors, either one, or I just love Hyrule Warriors and I kind of want to play FE Warriors games just because I love Zelda. I mean, you could.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
a lot of the characters and references will probably be lost on you if you haven't played any of the other ones where they come from, but you can still enjoy it.
I liked it enough.
I mean, I think the only Fire Emblem experience I had under my belt was Awakening. So I didn't know a lot of the other characters from like Fates or even the classic ones, other than what I did know about them considering Smash Bros. But I mean, I still very much enjoyed the game when I was playing through it, so.
Coloring all these roots is going to be a pain. Have I played Psychonauts? I have not.
When the entirety of Deltarune is finished, then BJ will consider doing Deltarune characters.
Yep.
Not until the game is done. Otherwise, BJ has nothing, next to nothing to work with.
Well, I have stuff to work with. It's just I want to see everything to work with first.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean.
Because it's hard to thematically theme characters for fighting game movesets if you don't have the full context of their stories.
Favorite Ace Attorney character? I have not started the Ace Attorney games yet. How can I answer that question?
I don't know who my favorite Ace Attorney character is, honestly. I like a lot of them.
I've been thinking about playing the Fire Emblem games, so I'll probably will pick them up when I can. If you can find a copy of Awakening, I would recommend that.
They're all generally very good. Actually, yeah, you're right. Good luck finding a copy of Awakening. I didn't even think about that. But now with the 3DS shop down. And that game is generally so well received. Like if you try to find a copy of it, like you're gonna be spending some money.
I mean, I think I downloaded Awakening when that was back when I had it for the first time, so that game will forever be on my personal 3DS. Can you tell me why people use $20 when their total is less than 10?
In what
$20?
In what regard?
Like, I'm gonna assume just in general, and I was gonna say because $20 bills are just easier to come by.
Like you're asking, like if someone has a purchase for anything that's less than $10, why do they use 20? Maybe that's all they have on them. Maybe they want to break the 20. I don't know.
Yeah. Leaker teases 2 massive reveals for rumored. Okay, this is direct stuff. I'm not gonna look at this.
Okay, I didn't want to say this, but like my wrist has been hurting for the past couple of days, and I just felt a sudden spike of pain just now. I hope I'm not finally starting to develop carpal tunnel. If it gets worse, I'll go see a doctor. Drawing for a long time, especially this year. I've been doing a lot more drawing than usual, so it's like bro, take a break. I've effectively been taking a break this whole year. Kind of. I guess I have been working on the thumbnails quite a bit, but regardless.
Yeah. Don't put your channel over your health, will understand. Are you sure about that? I've seen how some of you in chat get. None of y'all are safe.
Gotta remember, folks, this channel is my job. I'm making sure to take care of my health. Like I said, if it gets worse, I'll just go see a doctor. It might be carpal tunnel. I might have sprained it randomly. I don't know. I'm still able to move my hand just fine. Just stings a little bit sometimes. That's all. I'm not dying. Like, oh, the pain, the agony. No, there's none of that happening right now, guys. I'm fine. How many people just walked in on me screaming that? Oh, the pain, the agony. I'm fine. My wrist just hurts a little bit, that's all. It's nothing serious.
Why are y'all actively trying to find a spam limit?
What?
Wait, why are y'all actively trying to break the rules?
What's the matter?
Nothing. I'm just like, I'm just seeing emotes being thrown around, trying to see how much is too much. And it's like, why are y'all trying to find that out?
No. Let them abuse the algorithm. Let them build up the engagement. It's fine. Trying to think of like other things that we might maybe expect to see from the direct. Obviously, there will be a few games that, like, you know, someone's never heard of,
Yeah.
or at the very least, very niche, I should say. I'm sure we'll see a couple of new IPs as well, here and there.
I hate to take my eyes away from the chat, but if we're gonna start talking about rumors and stuff, I might have to like start ignoring everybody.
Take rumors with a grain of salt in general.
Oh yeah, but I mean, nobody likes potentially having an experience ruined for them because people want to talk about things that could potentially happen.
Fair enough. All right, try to keep the rumor talk. Try to keep the rumor talk to a non, guys. Let's go back to fighting about Omega Flowey. And how it's not called Omega Flowey.
I'm shocked no one's learned this lesson yet. Like, not everybody is keen on hearing about rumors or potential things that could happen that people are excited for.
Well, that's a big thing. It's like when you have people out there that are just that actively spoil stuff for people. Usually, the reason, the kind of the sad thing is that it's never really ever. It's very rare when it's for a malicious reason for the spoil. Usually, the person's just really excited and wants to talk about it and have no self-control. That's usually what ends up happening.
Yeah, but
like they're not mature. They're not like mentally mature enough to think, maybe I should wait to talk about this. I'm excited to talk about it, but I'll wait. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I'd love to talk about in some series that I watch, but I hold off because my friends haven't seen them yet. That's why pretty soon I'm probably gonna force Brian here pretty soon to read the Call Me Can't Communicate manga, so I have someone to talk to about that. I remember a while back when when I was working on the SpongeBob moveset. Some of you might remember this. I made a mistake while I was recording footage and accidentally streamed like a couple seconds of it. And while I was able to take it down pretty quickly, inevitably there were just some people that were able to see it. And most people, you know, got spoiled by that, but they didn't say anything. But there was one guy in particular that got really, really excited about it and just started spreading it into every comment section you can find on my videos. Guys, it's SpongeBob! He leaked it! SpongeBob's next! And eventually I had to, like, block the guy because it was like, dude. Like, clearly you know that was a mistake. Why are you sitting here trying to, like... I get that you're excited, but keep it to yourself.
Yeah, like, see, that's malicious intent.
Well, no, I think he really was just excited. He just wasn't mature enough to think, maybe I should keep this to myself. That's all it was.
It seems like malicious intent. Here's another thing, too. I can't really be excited for something that obviously hasn't been officially announced. Like, and if I'm so knee deep in a rumor that I don't know whether or not it's going to potentially happen or not, and it just ends up not being true, that's just setting yourself up for disappointment as well.
Yeah, people have a bad habit of getting angry when things that were never promised them to begin with, you know, don't happen.
Yeah, so it's like this is why I always keep my expectations either low or reasonable when it comes to these kinds of things. It's also why I don't like to like read too deep into these rumors or these predictions that people like to put out there, because it's like I want to be legitimately surprised. I want my reaction and my responses to what show up in situations like this to be genuine. And I'm pretty sure tons of other people want to feel the same way.
I know a part of it as well, for the most part, though, is like when people think they have information that is like exclusive, and Like for a lot of people, there's a lot of people that want to go and share it around because they do, a part of it is attention. Like they want to kind of have that moment in the spotlight for a bit. Like they want to feel important because they have information that no one else does.
Well, that's also just not worth doing.
For some people, any attention is good attention, no matter what kind of attention it is.
What do you mean the Mega Man fandom? I've never seen the Mega Man fandom in that light.
Mega Man as a fandom?
You can't see my face right now, but
Brandon offended. Actually, probably should not make those kinds of jokes. If your girlfriend heard me say that.
Which is crazy because she got neck deep in the Mega Man fandom because of me.
Yeah. And now she's probably the biggest Mega Man fan I've ever seen. What have you done, Brandon? You created a monster.
I did nothing of...
It's like what happened with my sister when I introduced her to Kingdom Hearts. We created a monster.
See, now she's got Capcom officials liking her stuff.
Nice.
Like that's not even a joke. I think one of the people behind the new Capcom Town site for the Capcom 30th anniversary actually went and liked one of her tweets regarding regarding some Mega Man stuff.
Hey. I feel like I've had some tweets liked by celebrities before. I can't remember when though. Actually, that's right. I remember Mike Pollock, I believe, liked the tweet that I made when I initially posted the the Eggman moveset video. I don't know if he ever actually watched it, and the only reason he liked it was because someone, tweeted at him about it with the link. So he just I think he just politely liked the link. But whether or not he watched it, I don't actually know. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't. Love this art. It's literally just like a mess of roots. This is going to be a pain to color, but it is what it is. I'm choosing to do this. Elijah, people are allowed to add to your conversation. You don't need to be rude and just say that your questions are only towards me. Like, other people can give their thoughts on it too. Because you saying things like that make me inclined to not want to answer your question.
Next question.
Like, it's a public chat. If you ask a question and other people want to give their thoughts on it, you know, they're allowed to. Who knows? Their opinions might be more valuable than mine.
Did you know a 4-player Undertale exists? Sounds like a mod.
Yeah, that does sound like a mod, actually.
I doubt that's something we would tackle for SNG. In fact, I've already got plans for that. That also being said, I had to fiddle around with some Streamlabs stuff again, so I might do another test stream soon. Well, not might. I am doing another test stream soon. How does someone make the jump from drawing on paper to working on a tablet? I mean, the premise is kind of the same.
Yeah, it's just about kind of, you know, getting the feel for it. Like, once you do it enough, like, excuse me, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, at that point it's a matter of drawing on physical paper versus drawing on digital paper. Because both ways, you're still like holding a pen or something, a drawing utensil in your hand and putting and like going to work on a flat surface.
Yeah. Have I played Shovel Knight Showdown? I have not. I have not touched anything Shovel Knight ever since I did that Shovel Knight moveset.
You should try Shovel Knight Dig.
Will I dig it?
That game's pretty fun. In fact, everyone should try Shovel Knight Dig if you haven't tried it.
Why is that? Why is what? I've not touched Shovel Knight since then? It's not really my forte of a game.
The other answer is too many other games to play.
Yeah. Like, it's a good game, don't get me wrong, just it's not my first choice. Like, there are just other games that I either have to play for movesets or games that I would rather play in my free time.
I very much enjoy Shovel Knight Dig. If you like roguelites, then you'll enjoy Shovel Knight Dig.
Still having nightmares about Binding of Isaac.
I don't blame you, honestly.
It was fun, just stressful.
Toy Link.
Oh, you mean like the Awakening Link? Or is there a secret Link in the Mini Mario series that I never heard about?
Be for real, Maniac. All roguelikes are stressful, not just Binding of Isaac. Like, that's all roguelikes.
Listen, if I want to stress myself out playing a video game, I'll play Unite.
He's not wrong. He's also not lying. Binding of Isaac, Wizard of Legend. In some cases, even Shovel Knight Dig. Into the Gungeon, Dead Cells.
Alright, I think we're good on the routes. What do you guys think? Oh, actually, let me add a few more in this area here.
This means that when BJ gets back to making movesets, before he actually uploads the video, he needs to make a new thumbnail every time.
Yeah. Though, it's gonna be off stream.
Yeah, I know.
Like, Musashi's thumbnail is going to be the final one that happens on stream. Because, like I said, I actually already have the thumbnails done for the next two characters.
I hope y'all heard that. The next two characters, that means he's already got those videos planned and ready.
Well, they're not ready, but
Ready to work on.
I've been working on them.
Well, there you go. Thank you for stressing my point.
Thank you for stressing me out.
What did I do?
Trying to fill out all the general negative space in around here, because it's like routes are generally very messy. If I had to do a moveset for Plague, Spectre, or King Knight, would I play their campaigns? Of course. Anything to get me more potential, material, I'll do.
After Rome Wars did like 3 episodes, Danny did Knights, and Ryan did Master Chief, and Sky Cooper, is Brandon gonna voice any new episodes sometime?
He did Scizor for Unite. That's all Brandon's been able to do so far.
Yeah, because any Smash character that I would have liked to cover, no one's requested for. At least as far as I know.
At the very least, they haven't gotten a lot of requests. Comparatively to other characters, that is, I should say.
It's like, I have some characters I would love to do, but again, at the end of the day, it is ultimately up to BJ and whether or not I actually cover those characters. Besides, I'm already producing victory themes for some of these characters. Start listing them, I'll put a request in. No, I can't do that. I can't manipulate the listings like that.
Yeah, no cheating, please. I want it to be authentic.
It's like BJ knows some. Wait, oh god. Yes, SMT64. I do make music. That tells me you must be somewhat new to the channel.
No, they've been here for a while.
Well, I only say that because we've had multiple instances where we've shown off a lot of the...
SMT makes a lot of requests. Trust me, I've seen the large amount of requests that they've made. They've been here for a while. Sorry, Brandon. It's like...
No, that's fine.
Didn't mean to kind of Yeah, he just said he's not usually in the streams. That's why.
Fair enough. That's why I said it's fine. I'm sure it was some reasonable reason. But yeah, I've actually written a couple of I do generally write music. I am a certified music producer, and I actually have written out some victory themes for some of BJ's movesets. Like most people that actually have tuned into the streams probably know this already, since BJ on occasion, whenever it's brought up, will showcase the songs I've actually written for some of the characters on stream. Brandon, you talking about that gave me an idea, BJ. Can we hear the victory themes again? It's been a while.
Yeah, I can pull them back up.
Don't do it.
I'll do it here in a bit.
Don't do it.
It's a lot of little nooks and crannies that I gotta sneak into here for Flowey to get it colored, to get them colored correctly.
we able to ask questions during these? What kind of questions?
No, next question. Oh boy, leave it to me to take a simply designed character and turn it into one of the most convoluted things possible. Roots. And I do still plan on doing I Am Bread today, by the way, because I Am Bread, hopefully, shouldn't take too long.
You're supposed to water your plants.
Remember that bread needs texture? Yeah, I'm probably going to give a texture to bread, but it's not going to be that bad. If anything, I think I'm going to spend more time drawing the toaster than I am bread. The brave little toaster. Who here remembers those movies? Like, and how much am I going to age myself asking that question?
Is there a limit to how many requests can be made? Whoa, it really only needs to be one per person, because we see everything.
Well, no. I think what they're asking is, you can request for as many characters as you want, but you can only ask for individual characters once. Because I write down every single person who leaves a request, so if you try asking for the same character multiple times, I'll know, and I'll just ignore those. I'll just ignore those additional requests. In fact, it's kind of a warning that I've been doing since the beginning, actually, that I don't think many people know about. I have a habit of, if I see people making requests requesting for characters that they've already requested for before, especially those who leave the long lists of characters. If I see the first few characters have already been requested by that person, I assume I will assume that the rest of the list is. So if you mix in characters that you already requested with ones you never requested for before, chances are a lot of those requests got missed. So make sure you try to So again, if you see me leave a heart on your comment, that means I saw your request and it was written down. You don't need to request for the character again. And if you mix characters together, if you mix in characters that you already requested for with those that you never requested for before, some requests probably got lost to the void because of that. So please, I beseech you, only ask for characters one at a time. You don't need to keep asking for the same character multiple times. That's not going to do anything, except for potentially make you lose other requests. Wonder how many people in the heart attack in the chat just had a heart attack now. It's like, oh no! Make sure you keep track of who you request. It would certainly help, yeah. You don't have to do that, as long as you have a decent enough memory. Because I know that there's a lot of people out there that will just request for any character they can think of under the sun. Like, especially, like, if there was a character that was literally just revealed from, like, a trailer in a game that isn't even out yet, they'll still request for that character. And yeah, there probably are people out there that, like, completely lost track of who they requested for. Because they do that. Sure, no spots were missed and/or. Oh, yep, there's one right down there.
I have not played Cooking Mama.
I have not either. Am I making fanfare? You mean like the victory animations? Or the victory themes? Like, Brandon's made a few for me.
Yeah, if you mean actual music for the Smash characters, then that's my thing.
Because I can't make music. I don't make music.
I am certified for this.
Oh, thank you, Isaac Smith. If I ever do Spamton G Spamton for a what if, would you try to find an already good voice actor? Or would he not be voiced it by anyone? I don't really worry about who would voice the characters, myself anyway, because their voices really aren't. Because the voices that they would have really aren't important to the moveset. Like, granted, there are plenty of times where I have characters talk during taunts or victory animations and whatnot, but I figured like the actual voice actor really isn't important to like the moveset itself, so I'm not really worried about it. What if someone requests for a character already in Smash? Depends on the character. Like, if they ask for me, if they ask for me to like rework a character, I do have like a separate list of like character like for potential reworks. I don't really plan on doing anything with it right now, but just in case in the future, if I ever wanted to do something with that, I have it. But for the most part, generally, yeah, like nothing's really coming of them as of right now, anyway. But if they just straight up ask for a character that's already in Smash, yeah, like it'll typically get ignored because they're already in Smash. Usually I'll mainly only see that with certain Pokemon. Like, there have been people that requested for me to, like, have Greninja or Incineroar be on, like, the Kalos or Alolan Traders teams respectively. And their logic is like, well, they're already in Smash, so just put them here again. And I'll usually just be like, no. They're already in Smash, I'm not touching them. Dang it.
You do.
Wrong layer. Hold on. Let me just delete this real quick. Wrong layer. Since I have a request for a Dead by Daylight and Skullgirls rep, can I request for a particular character from one of them? Should also mention, if your request specifically says I request for a character from this series, that gets ignored. I need to have specific names, because if you just say a character from this series, I don't know who you're talking about. Like, I can't just put your name down for that. Like, I need specific character names. You can't just say I want anyone from a series and be done with it. Like, I will ignore those. And the reason I do that is for the sake of making sure that the people's names can properly get written down, like, for requests. Like, whenever I list their names in the videos. Because otherwise, it's like, what do I write you down for otherwise? I can't just put you down for every single character under that series. That's cheating. Like that said, nothing's gonna stop folks from doing the things that I'm saying to not do. And I'm not necessarily saying to not do them. I'm just saying that they're probably gonna get ignored if you do them. Like, if you want some tips on cheesy, cheap ways to guarantee your to help make sure your name gets included, because the unfortunate reality is, while I would like to get through as many as characters as possible, there is no way I'm going to be able to make a moveset for every character out there. Like, the vast majority of characters that I've written down for moveset requests probably are never going to get to. I will probably die before that happens. Like die or retire, I don't know. So best I can say, if there's a character from a series you want to see, but you don't know what character specifically to request for, just request for the character that you think has the best chance. Like, look around to see what characters are getting high requests. Or generally a safe bet is just to request for the protagonist. The protagonist. That's usually a safe bet. How is Flowey looking so far, guys? Let me actually slightly alter this color a little bit. Yeah.
God, my sides hurt.
You good?
Yeah.
Dang, we're both just a wreck today, aren't we?
Wait, what?
We're both just a wreck today, aren't we?
I Sweet Tooth is kicking in.
Doesn't making the new series icons in these streams defeat the purpose of making the aesthetic streams? I mean, I wasn't planning on making brand new series icons in these streams. I was planning, like, I do plan on going back to the proper aesthetic streams once I reach a point where I have to make a new series icons. And that's still going to be for not for a little bit, because the next character who has a series that I haven't made a series icon for yet is Scorpion for Mortal Kombat. Cause like they're all right here. Yeah, Scorpion's next. So we'll continue that once I get around to needing to draw Scorpion, which we're still a bit of ways off from, but we'll get there eventually. And then I will have to make sure that I keep up with these. Because eventually, yeah, Toho and Danganronpa, then Henry Stickmin, Chrono Trigger, all of these. Yeah, there was a neat little, like, what is that? Like almost 2 months worth of content where I did nothing but brand new character. Well, actually, no, I guess technically a month and a half because Curly is a Echo. But you get my point. So we will get back to the proper aesthetic streams eventually, when I have to. And I say that like I don't want to. Like I do want to. It's just I want to put some priority into this. Because the videos because it's like, it may not seem like it, but based on my statistics and such, the videos that I'm putting the new thumbnails on actually are doing better. Like, they are getting more views. So this is still very much worth doing. Yeah, the thumbnails are doing their job. They are garnering attention, as thumbnails should. You're gonna miss the old thumbnails? I'm not.
Thank you for reminding me. I need to pull up my software, my music making software.
How much sanity have I lost purely stressed solely thanks to this series? I mean, I don't really get stressed out from this series specifically. Like, actually working on this series, I don't get stressed out because I love doing it. There are other factors that might stress me out here and there, but the series itself, no. You know what, actually, let me do this. Well, I'll do that last, actually. Is Sinnoh Trainer coming soon? It should be coming up, yeah, pretty soonish, actually. Because after this is I Am Bread, then Amaterasu and Chibi Terasu. And then I think Sinnoh Trainer is after that, actually. Let me see. Yeah, then it's Sinnoh, then Toad, then Bendy, and then so on. If you want to know the exact order of the thumbnails that are being worked on, just go find the What If playlist, and it shows them all there in order. Oh boy, Crazy Dave's probably gonna be really crazy. Yeah. How many plants do I draw with Crazy Dave on that thumbnail? Because there were a lot of plants included in that moveset. Crazy Dave might actually drive me crazy, guys. I can't believe it. Namesakes.
I am getting pinged. I will be right back.
Okay. To the point where you don't even see Crazy Dave. Oof. I'll figure something out for him. We'll get to Crazy Dave eventually. Soon. Eventually soon, I should mention, but eventually. Nonetheless. Will Toad and Bendy be easy to draw? Toad will be. For Bendy, I might do some extra things with him, but he should be relatively easy, I think, as well, just because, again, he's a fairly simple character design. So it shouldn't be too bad. At least I'd like to hope so. Thoughts on the new Yokai Watch fan game? Didn't know that was a thing. You now have my attention. What is this Yokai Watch fan game? I will be honest, it doesn't look great, but it's called Yokai Watch the Forgotten Cat. Oh, it doesn't look great? Ah, well. Oh, well. If it garners enough attention, I'll take a look, but otherwise, if it's just another project that someone tried making and wasn't the best, didn't have the great experience at, then it's whatever. There's plenty of those. Maybe it'll be for someone. Do I ever struggle with shading? To a degree, yeah, because I probably break some of the rules when it comes to, like, finding the light source. So my shading probably is probably not that great by any stretch of the imagination. I just try to make it look good. Because generally when you're shading, you're supposed to have, like, a light source in mind. And I tend to focus more on, like, where I think they'd be, more so than actually just trying to, like... Yeah. Yeah, I know shading for a lot of people kind of is a bit more difficult. Just takes some practice. No, my shading can definitely be a lot better, that's for certain. What does the no fan game rule mean for the Fazbear fanverse? I don't know. Like, do people not like Five Nights at Freddy's fan games being made? That's the first I've heard of it. Like, is there some law out there that there shouldn't be Five Nights at Freddy's fan games? Now you got me curious. What's up with that? The Fazbear fanverse is basically making some Five Nights at Freddy's fan games official products. Oh, so they're doing the Toho thing. Because Toho does that, and I know the original creator of Toho has been fine with that, and usually actively encourages it. But, like, is it the same thing here? Because that's kind of what it sounds like here. The fanverse, from my little understanding, Scott basically helped support a few series from the Five Nights at Freddy's inspired fan games. Some of these have official marketing and merchandise. I think they're asking if that means the fanverse characters are getting movesets. Oh. We'll get back to that one. We'll come back to that. We will come back to that one. What do I like about Tinkaton? Everything. I love Tinkaton. Tinkaton is love. Tinkaton is life. If Brandon were here, he'd agree with me. Am I doing more fan-made movesets or some new content? I'm gonna stick to making the movesets for a while. For a long while, I'd say. I'm just taking a break from them right now. And if I ever want to do something new, I'll probably just do it along with the movesets. Nothing's stopping me from doing multiple things. Oops. Did not mean to do that. There we go. Okay. Man, I really do have a bad habit of just taking something simple and making it as hard as I can on myself, don't I? favorite Smash game. It's just whatever the newest one is. So Smash Ultimate. Like usually once the new Smash game comes out, I never go back to the older ones. That's better. Okay. Whew. Just a few little textures here. Because I hate myself. think the music would be too quiet. No, it's been the same volume the entire stream, so oof. I can turn it up a little bit. Thanks for letting me know that now. Speaking of which, when we get to bread, what music should I play for bread? The piano? I got you. I got you. Okay, I'm getting there. Go. Can barely see it, honestly. Oh well, it's there, so whatever. Oh, actually, there we go. That looks better. Okay, just needed a hard light for that one. Cool. Alright, so what I wanted to do at the beginning that I wanted to save till now, I'm going to go ahead and bring down the brightness of the original line. So that way I can make the eyes a little darker. Okay, that all done. We still got to put the souls into his hands or roots or whatever. There we go. Okay, so Make a folder for this. Bring that back, so I know where the souls are, where the souls will lay. The weird double eye effect, like in the original drawing. I mean, it's really only you can really only see that if like light goes over it, so there's not much point. And I'll just do this. That's all it is. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. Let me do this. That looks better. Creepy. Okay. Who would win a Smash match if they were official? Brett or Muffet? Depends on who's playing them. How long has Flowey taken so far? Almost 3 hours. Kind of hope to get by get through them a little faster, but that's just what happens when I choose to have roots. How am I gonna go about doing this? Let's put them on a behind layer for now, but I'm gonna put it in front, and then I'll do this. The yellow soul should be upside down. You have funny attention to detail, but I don't feel like it. Sorry. Okay. Make sure they're cleaned up a little bit. Fine, I'll put it upside down. Okay. Ah. Will I put Asriel in? No. It'll still just be Flowey. But Asriel will be a surprise. So now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to make a copied layer and move it down here. This one a little bit. This soul needs to get moved over. We should do this then here. Just that. Make sure the souls are all in proper places. To where it actually looks like Flowey's like holding them. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I know. I have a bad habit of this where, like, when we're, like, super deep into the stream, like, I enter total concentration mode and I forget to keep talking. Sorry about that. Okay. And what I'm going to do is this. I'm not going to get all these spots. I don't need to. Just enough to let me do what it is I want to do here. Okay. And real quickly before I forget, I do want to do one tiny thing here to some of the root parts. So will I be able to make a moveset for someone and post it on YouTube as long as BJ didn't already... What? No! Wait a minute. First off, let me clarify. Dude, don't feel like you can only do characters that I haven't done. If you want to make a moveset for a character that I've already done, be my guest. Please, Like, don't feel like you have to base it off what I do. Do your own thing, man. Like, nothing's stopping you from just doing whatever it is you want to do. There we go. I think Flowey is done. How does he look, everyone? Let me try this actually. All right, cool. Let's export this one. And then it's time for bread. Has there been an Undertale character that I haven't done yet? Well, loads, technically. There's a lot of characters in Undertale that I haven't done yet. Alright. Bread. And hopefully this one shouldn't take too long. Hopefully. I'm not gonna try to do it. I haven't even sketched out Amaterasu and Chibi yet. Now, bread's actually the last sketch that I currently have right now, so that'll be for another day. Let me try something here.
One stream of income. Just didn't.
Man, it's awfully quiet. Can you guys hear that? How about now? Yeah, this video with the music is just naturally quiet. That's weird. All right, anyway. Come on. There we go. Go. Do I think Gaster can have his own moveset? Gaster currently has nothing to work with. Maybe if he makes more relevant appearances in Deltarune, then sure. Come on. There we go. You know, I forgot how good the I Am Bread music actually is. Trying to think who's actually played I Am Bread recently, because that was definitely a series that you don't really see too much of anymore. You do? Sick. I remember watching some Iron Bread speed runs, and those go crazy. So dang it, now I'm starting to get hungry. I may have to go make myself a sandwich after this. Honestly, the toaster probably is going to be the hardest part about this whole thing. The toaster and probably the lid of the jam just because of that checkered pattern, but we'll see. Do 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 do. Get. Can we request I am fish? Can we not? Whew. Okay, let's see. That's the toaster done. Let's do these over here now. Plate. Get the roll of toilet paper. What is Mixolator and do I want to know? Good job on Flowey. Thank you. I appreciate that. How many times has the Papyrus and Sand Smash video thumbnail been redone? Once? What are you talking about? You know what they say, all toasters toast toast? No. Toasters toast bread. Toasters probably burn toast. Because if you try to toast toast, you're gonna burn toast. So you're saying is a lie. That saying is a meme? Well, the meme is stupid. The meme is stupid and the meme is wrong. Set the losers straight. A lot of popular fan stuff that is just wrong. Because it was made by somebody that just that didn't know any better, and then the people that liked it and caught on to it also didn't know any better. Like with the Bowsette thing. That name doesn't make sense. That name doesn't work. That implies Bowser plus Toadette, not Bowser plus Peach. Okay. It's like I get the name rolls off the tongue better than like Peacher or Bowzeech or whatever, but it still doesn't technically make sense. Separate folders for all of these. So this is going to be bread. This one will be toaster. This one will be jar. All three of these go in here. This This will be... paper... and then plate. Okay. We'll start with the bread first, and this should be an easy start, but there's going to be a texture on it, so... Okay. Bread. And what I do want to do for this as well, I do still want to have the I am bread naming on it, just to make it a little clearer on what it is. So I will do this. I'll take the same color used for the crust. And I'm going to cheat. Because I want this to look good, so I'm gonna cheat and do a little bit of tracing here. Let's see. Don't tell Mom, guys, I'm cheating. Don't narc. No, don't tell Dad either. Come on. I thought you were cool, guys. Come on, don't narc. Man, I thought you guys were cool. Why are you narking on me? Come on, don't you know first rule of the playground? Don't squeal. Yeah, but you're cheating in 4K Ultra HD. Actually, it's more. Actually, it's 1080p, but fair point. So what you're saying is I'm narking on myself. Dang, I can't believe it. I thought I was cool, but clearly I was the narc the whole time, guys. I can't believe this. Cancelled. The worst fear of all internet influencers. Don't cancel me. I can't afford to lose my Twitter followers. There we go. And what I'll do is I'll take this over here. Wait, what? There we go. Okay. There we go. Clean up some of the stuff that got left out. Okay. So, we'll stop there with the bread for now, and I'll texture it here in a bit. Let's move to the toaster. Do I think there will be a Smash 6? Potentially. I'm not going to say no, because I really don't know, but I'm not going to say there's going to for sure be one as well. Just depends. I'm having a hard time believing that if there is going to be a Smash 6, if Sakurai is going to be the one to work on it or not. I'm just gonna give a solid I don't know, because that's kind of is the answer. I don't know if there's gonna be a Smash 6 or not. I'm not gonna pretend like I do, but I'm not gonna say for sure that there won't be one. What would you want to see if Smash 6 became a thing? What would I want to see? One thing I was kind of sad that it wasn't in Smash Ultimate, that I kind of wish there was a proper of, was a boss rush mode, because they had all these bosses. And the closest thing they gave us to a boss rush mode was Sephiroth's classic mode. But I kind of want a proper, like, selectable boss rush mode where you can pick any character you want and go through a gauntlet of bosses. Like, that was one thing that I was kind of disappointed to not see in Smash Ultimate. Is there a date for when I'm going to go back to making movesets? No, there's no date. It'll just happen whenever it happens. Worst / least favorite game I've ever played. I'll just say Sonic 06 because I can't remember if there was any other ones that I really just didn't like. Sonic 06 and like Plants vs Zombies 2. Because I've said this multiple times during each subsequent stream, but I tend to not remember games that or anything that I don't like because I already have a bad memory and I don't want to waste the effort trying to remember things that I didn't care about in the first place. So now for this, I'm going to do a cool little trick here. Sticker Star, yeah, I really didn't like Sticker Star. Like, generally, if you want me to answer the question of what games I really didn't like, you're gonna have to remind me of them. It's okay if this bleeds over a little bit, that's fine. Give off a little bit of heat. I hear no one talk about Color Splash. I've never played Color Splash, so I don't really have a proper like opinion on it. But just from what I've heard, where like I've heard some people say it's good. I've heard others say they detest it. So I can't really give it like a proper like I can't really give you a proper like idea of how it's like. Best I can say is play it yourself and figure it out. Did I ever play Paper Jam? Yes, I did, and I thought it was just okay. I didn't think it was like anything revolutionary, and I don't see myself ever going back to it anytime soon, but I thought, from what I played, it was alright. Just okay, though. Like, it wasn't terrible, but like, it was just whatever. The only Mario Luigi game that I have not finished is Dream Team. I tried on multiple occasions to finish that game, and I've always found myself putting it down for one reason or another. Not that I think it's bad, I just never finish it. Ever play Hi-Fi Rush or Pizza Tower? Nope, never played either of those. What in the world? Oh. That'd be why. Why does this song go so hard? Couldn't tell you. Alright. Get some shading started. What if there was chocolate bread? That probably exists. Okay, add the texture to that one later. Get the toaster. You know what? You know why it's Omega Flowey? Because they want to trigger you. Trigger me specifically? Well, it's working. I can't believe it. They made the name of Omega Flowey just to attack me specifically, guys. Confirmed. Yep. Do I like French toast? I do like French toast. French toast is very good. Actually, I think for the... Oh, yeah, at least we do this for the jelly. Here's a question for everybody. Jelly or jam? Which do you prefer more? You more into jelly or you more into jam? Oh, lots of jellies. Dang it. See, I'm more of a jam guy myself, actually. Are they the same? I think it's a texture difference. Like jelly is a bit harder. So it's a bit like so it's a bit harder to spread. Jam's easier to spread, I've noticed. I think that's why I prefer jam over jelly. I thought jelly had more flavors than jam. If that's the case, I didn't know about that. Okay, so far so good. Hollywood called you once for what? You get the part you auditioned for? Fun fact, you went to high school with Samuel L. Jackson? What? Do you mean you went to the same high school as him? Because, how old are you? It wasn't a good call? Oh, oof. Okay. Let's start getting some textures on here, shall we? We'll start with the bread texture. Could just cheat and do this, actually. Wouldn't the bread be toaster since it's coming out of the toaster? Don't think about it too hard. Also, not necessarily. If it went into the toaster and then jumped out immediately, it wouldn't be toasted yet. Like, there's a lot of questions we could be asking about cartoons and whatever. Like, how does Chopper from One Piece get his hat on over the antlers? According to my sister, the answer is don't think about it. There we go. Now let's get the bread crust. Yep. Have I heard of LBX before? Is that a acronym for something? What does LBX stand for? Little Battler's Experience. No, can't say I've heard of that. Playing on 3DS was really fun. Okay, and now for the coup de grace. Alright. How's it look, everyone? Dots in the jam to give it more texture. I can throw a little bit in there, sure. All right. I think it's good to go. How's it look, guys? Opinion on Elemental? I have not seen it, so I have no opinion on it. Okay. All these into one giant folder. There we go. I am bread. And I do want an image of just the bread and the toaster by themselves. So let me do that. And then one of the bread by itself. Alrighty, let's make a thumbnail. There we go. And then we gotta do the icon. So let me see how this will look as is. Oh yeah, I definitely gotta redo this one. That's fine. Let's do that. Smooth these out a little bit. Okay. Yes, I am bread, and I'm about to go eat some bread too, because I am getting, well, not getting, I've been hungry for a little bit here. So as soon as I finish with this, I will call it a stream. Also, not to jinx it, but like, I'm actually shocked I didn't get Zeused today, because there actually was some thunder earlier. So I was contemplating putting the stream off till tomorrow, but then I remembered I gotta take my sister to a place tomorrow. And I am the kind of person where it's like, if I go out somewhere, by the time I get home, I have no energy. And I'm just like, I don't want to do anything. Just didn't want this bread? I guess not. Because good, because he can't have any. The bread's all for me. Whew. Alright, getting there. Yeah, Sophia, I finished drawing bread. Just gotta finish the series icon, then I'll be finished. What's taking so long with the bread icon? I mean, you're watching it, aren't you? Like, what do you? Like, what do you mean? What's taking so long? You're seeing the process. You see how much more I gotta do. Huh? Last letter. Then I will be all done. There we go. There it is, everybody. How's it look? Okay. Alrighty, folks, that is what we're going to go ahead and call it then. So, for the next thumbnail stream, we will get started on Amaterasu and Chibi-Terasu. And then after that is the Sinnoh Pokemon Trainer, so I don't think I'm doing both those in one stream. So next stream will probably just be Wolves. So, alrighty, have a good night, everyone.